and bears a good moral with it, though not such an one, perhaps, as our fair philosopher intended. For anything he learned, Samuel Peter Spiridion Hebronius might have remained a Jew from the beginning to the end. Wherefore be in such a hurry to set up new faiths? Wherefore, Madam Sand, try and be so preternaturally wise? Wherefore be so eager to jump out of one religion, for the purpose of jumping into another? See what good this philosophical friskiness has done you, and on what sort of ground you are come at last. You are so wonderfully sagacious, that you flounder in mud at every step, so amazingly clear-sighted, that your eyes cannot see an inch before you, having put out, with that extinguishing genius of yours, every one of the lights that are sufficient for the conduct of common men. And for what? Let our friend Spiridion speak for himself. After setting up his convent, and filling it with monks, who entertain an immense respect for his wealth and genius, Father Hebronius, unanimously elected prior, gives himself up to further studies, and leaves his monks to themselves. Industrious and sober as they were, originally, they grow quickly intemperate and idle, and Hebronius, who does not appear among his flock until he has freed himself of the Catholic religion, as he has of the Jewish and the Protestant, sees, with dismay, the evil condition of his disciples, and regrets, too late, the precipitancy by which he renounced, then and forever, Christianity. But, as he had no new religion to adopt in its place, and as, grown more prudent and calm, he did not wish to accuse himself unnecessarily, once more, of inconstancy and apostasy, he still maintained all the exterior forms of the worship which inwardly he had abjured. But it was not enough for him to have quitted error, it was necessary to discover truth. But Hebronius had well looked round to discover it, he could not find anything that resembled it. Then commenced for him a series of sufferings, unknown and terrible. Placed face to face with doubt, this sincere and religious spirit was frightened at its own solitude, and as it had no other desire nor aim on earth than truth, and nothing else here below interested it, he lived absorbed in his own sad contemplations, looked ceaselessly into the vague that surrounded him like an ocean without bounds, and seeing the horizon retreat and retreat as ever he wished to near it. Lost in this immense uncertainty, he felt as if attacked by vertigo, and his thoughts whirled within his brain. Then, fatigued with his vain toils and hopeless endeavors, he would sink down depressed, unmanned, life-wearied, only living in the sensation of that silent grief which he felt and could not comprehend. It is a pity that this hapless Spiridion, so eager in his passage from one creed to another, and so loud in his profession of the truth, wherever he fancied that he had found it, had not waited a little, before he avowed himself either Catholic or Protestant, and implicated others in errors and follies which might, at least, have been confined to his own bosom, and there have lain comparatively harmless. In what a pretty state, for instance, will Messrs. Dr. D. and P. I have left their Newman Street congregation, who are still plunged in their old superstitions, from which their spiritual pastors and masters have been set free. In what a state, too, do Mrs. Sand and her brother and sister philosophers, Templars, Saint Simonians, Fourierites, Lyraxites, or whatever the sect may be, leave the unfortunate people who have listened to their doctrines, and who have not the opportunity, or the fiery versatility of belief, which carries their teachers from one creed to another, leaving only exploded lies and useless recantations behind them. I wish the state would make a law that one individual should not be allowed to preach more than one doctrine in his life, or, at any rate, should be soundly corrected for every change of creed. How many charlatans would have been silenced, how much conceit would have been kept within bounds, how many fools, who are dazzled by fine sentences, and made drunk by declamation, would have remained, quiet and sober, in that quiet and sober way of faith which their fathers held before them. However, the reader will be glad to learn that, after all his doubts and sorrows, Spiridion does discover the truth, what a wise Spiridion, and some discretion with it, for, having found among his monks, who are dissolute, superstitious, and all hate him, one only being, Fulgentius, who is loving, candid, and pious, he says to him, if you were like myself, if the first want of your nature were, like mine, to know, I would, without hesitation, lay bare to you my entire thoughts. I would make you drink the cup of truth, which I myself have filled with so many tears, at the risk of intoxicating you with the draught. But it is not so, alas! You are made to love rather than to know, and your heart is stronger than your intellect. You are attached to Catholicism, I believe so, at least, by bonds of sentiment which you could not break without pain, and which, if you were to break, the truth which I could lay bare to you in return would not repay you for what you had sacrificed. Instead of exalting, it would crush you, very likely. It is a food too strong for ordinary men, and which, when it does not revivify, smothers. I will not, then, reveal to you this doctrine, which is the triumph of my life, and the consolation of my last days, because it might, perhaps, be for you only a cause of mourning and despair. Of all the works which my long studies have produced, there is one alone which I have not given to the flames, for it alone is complete. In that you will find me entire, and there lies the truth. And, as the sage has said, you must not bury your treasures in a well. I will not confide mine to the brutal stupidity of these monks. But as this volume should only pass into hands worthy to touch it, and be laid open for eyes that are capable of comprehending its mysteries, I shall exact from the reader one condition, which, at the same time, shall be a proof. I shall carry it with me to the tomb, in order that he who one day shall read it, may have courage enough to brave the vain terrors of the grave, in searching for it amid the dust of my sepulchre. As soon as I am dead, therefore, place this writing on my breast. Ah! When the time comes for reading it, I think my withered heart will spring up again, as the frozen grass at the return of the sun, and that, from the midst of its infinite transformations, my spirit will enter into immediate communication with thine. Does not the reader long to be at this precious manuscript, which contains the truth, and ought he not to be very much obliged to Mrs. Sand, for being so good as to print it for him? We leave all the story aside, how Fulgentius had not the spirit to read the manuscript, but left the secret to Alexis, how Alexis, a stern old philosophical unbelieving monk as ever was, tried in vain to lift up the gravestone, but was taken with fever, and obliged to forego the discovery, and how, finally, Angel, his disciple, a youth amiable and innocent as his name, was the destined person who brought the long-buried treasure to light. Trembling and delighted, the pair read this tremendous manuscript of Spiridion. Will it be believed, that of all the dull, vague, windy documents that mortal ever set eyes on, this is the dullest? If this be absolute truth, quoy bon search for it, since we have long had the jewel in our possession, or since, at least, it has been held up as such by every sham philosopher who has had a mind to pass off his wares on the public. Here Spiridion, how much have I wept, how much have I suffered, how much have I prayed, how much have I labored, before I understood the cause and the aim of my passage on this earth. After many incertitudes, after much remorse, after many scruples, I have comprehended that I was a martyr, but why my martyrdom? Said I, what crime did I commit before I was born, thus to be condemned to labor and groaning, from the hour when I first saw the day up to that when I am about to enter into the night of the tomb? At last, by dint of imploring God, by dint of inquiry into the history of man, a ray of the truth has descended on my brow, and the shadows of the past have melted from before my eyes. I have lifted a corner of the curtain, I have seen enough to know that my life, like that of the rest of the human race, has been a series of necessary errors, yet, to speak more correctly, of incomplete truths, conducting, more or less slowly and directly, to absolute truth and ideal perfection. But when will they rise on the face of the earth, when will they issue from the bosom of the divinity, those generations who shall salute the august countenance of truth, and proclaim the reign of the ideal on earth? I see well how humanity marches, but I neither can see its cradle nor its apotheosis. Man seems to me a transitory race, between the beast and the angel, but I know not how many centuries have been required, that he might pass from the state of brute to the state of man, and I cannot tell how many ages are necessary that he may pass from the state of man to the state of angel. Yet I hope, and I feel within me, at the approach of death, that which warns me that great destinies await humanity. In this life all is over for me. Much have I striven, to advance but little, I have labored without ceasing, and have done almost nothing. Yet, after pains immeasurable, I die content, for I know that I have done all I could, and am sure that the little I have done will not be lost. What, then, have I done? This wilt thou demand of me, man of a future age, who will seek for truth in the testaments of the past. Thou who wilt be no more Catholic, no more Christian, thou wilt ask of the poor monk, lying in the dust, an account of his life and death. Thou wouldst know wherefore were his vows, why his austerities, his labors, his retreat, his prayers. You who turn back to me, in order that I may guide you on your road, and that you may arrive more quickly at the goal which it has not been my lot to attain. Pause, yet, for a moment, and look upon the past history of humanity. You will see that its fate has been ever to choose between the least of two evils, and ever to commit great faults in order to avoid others still greater. You will see, on one side, the heathen mythology, that debased the spirit, in its efforts to deify the flesh; on the other, the austere Christian principle, that debased the flesh too much, in order to raise the worship of the spirit. You will see, afterwards, how the religion of Christ embodies itself in a church, and raises itself a generous democratic power against the tyranny of princes. Later still, you will see how that power has attained its end, and passed beyond it. You will see it, having chained and conquered princes, league itself with them, in order to oppress the people, and seize on temporal power. Schism, then, raises up against it the standard of revolt, and preaches the bold and legitimate principle of liberty of conscience. But, also, you will see how this liberty of conscience brings religious anarchy in its train, or, worse still, religious indifference and disgust. And if your soul, shattered in the tempestuous changes which you behold humanity undergoing, would strike out for itself a passage through the rocks, amidst which, like a frail bark, lies tossing trembling truth, you will be embarrassed to choose between the new philosophers, who, in preaching tolerance, destroy religious and social unity, and the last Christians, who, to preserve society, that is, religion and philosophy, are obliged to brave the principle of toleration. Man of truth, to whom I address, at once, my instruction and my justification, at the time when you shall live, the science of truth no doubt will have advanced a step. Think, then, of all your fathers have suffered, as, bending beneath the weight of their ignorance and uncertainty, they have traversed the desert across which, with so much pain, they have conducted thee. And if the pride of thy young learning shall make thee contemplate the petty strifes in which our life has been consumed, pause and tremble, as you think of that which is still unknown to yourself, and of the judgment that your descendants will pass on you. Think of this, and learn to respect all those who, seeking their way in all sincerity, have wandered from the path, frightened by the storm, and sorely tried by the severe hand of the All-Powerful. Think of this, and prostrate yourself, for all these, even the most mistaken among them, are saints and martyrs. Without their conquests and their defeats, thou wert in darkness still. Yes, their failures, their errors even, have a right to your respect, for man is weak. Weep then, for us obscure travelers, unknown victims, who, by our mortal sufferings and unheard of labors, have prepared the way before you. Pity me, who have passionately loved justice, and perseveringly sought for truth, only opened my eyes to shut them again forever, and saw that I had been in vain endeavoring to support a ruin, to take refuge in a vault of which the foundations were worn away. The rest of the book of Spiridion is made up of a history of the rise, progress, and, what our philosopher is pleased to call, decay of Christianity, of an assertion, that the doctrine of Christ is incomplete, that Christ may, nevertheless, take his place in the pantheon of divine men, and of a long, disgusting, absurd, and impious vision, in which the Saviour, Moses, David, and Elijah are represented, and in which Christ is made to say, "We are all Messiahs," when we wish to bring the reign of truth upon earth. We are all Christ's, when we suffer for it. And this is the ultimatum, the supreme secret, the absolute truth. And it has been published by Mrs. Sand, for so many Napoleons per sheet, in the Revue des Deux Mondes, and the Deux Mondes are to abide by it for the future. After having attained it, are we a whit wiser? Man is between an angel and a beast. I don't know how long it is since he was a brute, I can't say how long it will be before he is an angel. Think of people living by their wits, and living by such a wit as this. Think of the state of mental debauch and disease which must have been passed through, ere such words could be written, and could be popular. When a man leaves our dismal, smoky London atmosphere, and breathes, instead of coal smoke and yellow fog, this bright, clear, French air, he is quite intoxicated by it at first, and feels a glow in his blood, and a joy in his spirits, which scarcely thrice a year, and then only at a distance from London, he can attain in England. Is the intoxication, I wonder, permanent among the natives? And may we not account for the 10,000 frantic freaks of these people by the peculiar influence of French air and sun? The philosophers are from night to morning drunk, the politicians are drunk, the literary men reel and stagger from one absurdity to another, and how shall we understand their vagaries? Let us suppose, charitably, that Madame Sand had inhaled a more than ordinary quantity of this laughing gas when she wrote for us this precious manuscript of Spiridion. That great destinies are in prospect for the human race we may fancy, without her ladyship's word for it, but more liberal than she, and having a little retrospective charity, as well as that easy prospective benevolence which Mrs. Sand adopts. Let us try and think there is some hope for our fathers, who were nearer brutality than ourselves, according to the Sandean creed, or else there is a very poor chance for us, who, great philosophers as we are yet, alas, far removed from that angelic consummation which all must wish for so devoutly. She cannot say, is it not extraordinary, how many centuries have been necessary before man could pass from the brutal state to his present condition, or how many ages will be required ere we may pass from the state of man to the state of angels? What the deuce is the use of chronology or philosophy? We were beasts, and we can't tell when our tails dropped off. We shall be angels, but when our wings are to begin to sprout, who knows? In the meantime, O man of genius, follow our counsel, lead an easy life, don't stick at trifles, never mind about duty. It is only made for slaves. If the world reproach you, reproach the world in return. You have a good loud tongue in your head. If your straight-laced morals injure your mental respiration, fling off the old-fashioned stays, and leave your free limbs to rise and fall as nature pleases. And when you have grown pretty sick of your liberty, and yet unfit to return to restraint, curse the world, and scorn it, and be miserable, like my Lord Byron and other philosophers of his kidney, or else mount a step higher, and, with conceit still more monstrous, and mental vision still more wretchedly debauched and weak, begin suddenly to find yourself afflicted with a maudlin compassion for the human race, and a desire to set them right after your own fashion. There is the quarrelsome stage of drunkenness, when a man can as yet walk and speak, when he can call names, and fling plates and wine glasses at his neighbor's head with a pretty good aim. After this comes the pathetic stage, when the patient becomes wondrous philanthropic, and weeps wildly, as he lies in the gutter, and fancies he is at home in bed, where he ought to be, but this is an allegory. I don't wish to carry this any farther, or to say a word in defense of the doctrine which Mrs. Dudevant has found incomplete. Here, at least, is not the place for discussing its merits, any more than Mrs. Sand's book was the place for exposing, forsooth, its errors. Our business is only with the day and the new novels, and the clever or silly people who write them. Oh, if they but knew their places, and would keep to them, and drop their absurd philosophical jargon. Not all the big words in the world can make Mrs. Sand talk like a philosopher. When will she go back to her old trade, of which she was the very ablest practitioner in France? I should have been glad to give some extracts from the dramatic and descriptive parts of the novel, that cannot, in point of style and beauty, be praised too highly. One must suffice, it is the descent of Alexis to seek that unlucky manuscript, Spiridion. It seemed to me, he begins, that the descent was eternal, and that I was burying myself in the depths of Erebus. At last, I reached a level place, and I heard a mournful voice deliver these words, as it were, to the secret center of the earth. He will mount that ascent no more. Immediately I heard arise towards me, from the depth of invisible abysses, a myriad of formidable voices united in a strange chant, "Let us destroy him. Let him be destroyed. What does he here among the dead? Let him be delivered back to torture. Let him be given again to life." Then a feeble light began to pierce the darkness, and I perceived that I stood on the lowest step of a staircase, vast as the foot of a mountain. Behind me were thousands of steps of lurid iron, before me, nothing but a void, an abyss, and ether, the blue gloom of midnight beneath my feet, as above my head. I became delirious, and quitting that staircase, which without it was impossible for me to reascend, I sprung forth into the void with an execration. But, immediately, when I had uttered the curse, the void began to be filled with forms and colors, and I presently perceived that I was in a vast gallery, along which I advanced, trembling. There was still darkness round me, but the hollows of the vaults gleamed with a red light, and showed me the strange and hideous forms of their building. I did not distinguish the nearest objects, but those towards which I advanced assumed an appearance more and more ominous, and my terror increased with every step I took. The enormous pillars which supported the vault, and the tracery thereof itself, were figures of men, of supernatural stature, delivered to tortures without a name. Some hung by their feet, and, locked in the coils of monstrous serpents, clenched their teeth in the marble of the pavement, others, fastened by their waists, were dragged upwards, these by their feet, those by their heads, towards capitals, where other figures stooped towards them, eager to torment them. Other pillars, again, represented a struggling mass of figures devouring one another, each of which only offered a trunk severed to the knees or to the shoulders, the fierce heads whereof retained life enough to seize and devour that which was near them. There were some who, half hanging down, agonized themselves by attempting, with their upper limbs, to flay the lower moiety of their bodies, which drooped from the columns, or were attached to the pedestals, and others, who, in their fight with each other, were dragged along by morsels of flesh, grasping which, they clung to each other with a countenance of unspeakable hate and agony. Along, or rather in place of, the frieze, there were on either side a range of unclean beings, wearing the human form, but of a loathsome ugliness, busied in tearing human corpses to pieces, in feasting upon their limbs and entrails. From the vault, instead of bosses and pendants, hung the crushed and wounded forms of children, as if to escape these eaters of man's flesh, they would throw themselves downwards, and be dashed to pieces on the pavement. The silence and motionlessness of the whole added to its awfulness. I became so faint with terror, that I stopped, and would fain have returned. But at that moment I heard, from the depths of the gloom through which I had passed, confused noises, like those of a multitude on its march. And the sounds soon became more distinct, and the clamour fiercer, and the steps came hurrying on tumultuously, at every new burst nearer, more violent, more threatening. I thought that I was pursued by this disorderly crowd, and I strove to advance, hurrying into the midst of those dismal sculptures. Then it seemed as if those figures began to heave, and to sweat blood, and their beady eyes to move in their sockets. At once I beheld that they were all looking upon me, that they were all leaning towards me, some with frightful derision, others with furious aversion. Every arm was raised against me, and they made as though they would crush me with the quivering limbs they had torn one from the other. It is, indeed, a pity that the poor fellow gave himself the trouble to go down into damp, unwholesome graves, for the purpose of fetching up a few trumpery sheets of manuscript, and if the public has been rather tired with their contents, and is disposed to ask why Mrs. Sand's religious or irreligious notions are to be brought forward to people who are quite satisfied with their own, we can only say that this lady is the representative of a vast class of her countrymen, whom the wits and philosophers of the 18th century have brought to this condition. The leaves of the Diderot and Rousseau tree have produced this goodly fruit. Here it is, ripe, bursting, and ready to fall, and how to fall. Heaven send that it may drop easily, for all can see that the time is come. The case of Paytel, in a letter to Edward Briefless, Esquire, of Pump Court, Temple, Paris, November, 1839. My dear Briefless, 2 months since, when the act of accusation first appeared, containing the sum of the charges against Sebastian Paytel, all Paris was in a fervour on the subject. The man's trial speedily followed, and kept for 3 days. The public interest wound up to a painful point. He was found guilty of double murder at the beginning of September, and, since that time, what with Marito's disaffection and Turkish news, we have had leisure to forget Monsieur Patel, and to occupy ourselves with Greek text omitted. Perhaps Monsieur de Balzac helped to smother what little sparks of interest might still have remained for the murderous notary. Balzac put forward a letter in his favor, so very long, so very dull, so very pompous, promising so much, and performing so little, that the Parisian public gave up Patel and his case altogether. Nor was it until today that some small feeling was raised concerning him, when the newspapers brought the account how Patel's head had been cut off at Bourges. He had gone through the usual miserable ceremonies and delays which attend what is called, in this country, the March of Justice. He had made his appeal to the Court of Cassation, which had taken time to consider the verdict of the provincial court, and had confirmed it. He had made his appeal for mercy, his poor sister coming up all the way from Bourges, a sad journey, poor thing, to have an interview with the king, who had refused to see her. Last Monday morning, at 9 o'clock, an hour before Patel's breakfast, the greffier of Assize Court, in company with the cure of Bourges, waited on him, and informed him that he had only 3 hours to live. At 12 o'clock, Patel's head was off his body. An executioner from Lyons had come over the night before, to assist the professional throat cutter of Bourges. I am not going to entertain you with any sentimental lamentations for this scoundrel's fate, or to declare my belief in his innocence, as Monsieur de Balzac has done. As far as moral conviction can go, the man's guilt is pretty clearly brought home to him. But any man who has read the causes célèbres knows that men have been convicted and executed upon evidence 10 times more powerful than that which was brought against Patel. His own account of his horrible case may be true. There is nothing adduced in the evidence which is strong enough to overthrow it. It is a serious privilege, God knows, that society takes upon itself, at any time, to deprive one of God's creatures of existence. But when the slightest doubt remains, what a tremendous risk does it incur? In England, thank heaven, the law is more wise and more merciful. An English jury would never have taken a man's blood upon such testimony. An English judge and Crown advocate would never have acted as these Frenchmen have done, the latter inflaming the public mind by exaggerated appeals to their passions, the former seeking, in every way, to draw confessions from the prisoner, to perplex and confound him, to do away, by fierce cross-questioning and bitter remarks from the bench, with any effect that his testimony might have on the jury. I don't mean to say that judges and lawyers have been more violent and inquisitorial against the unhappy Patel than against anyone else. It is the fashion of the country. A man is guilty until he proves himself to be innocent, and to batter down his defense, if he have any, there are the lawyers, with all their horrible ingenuity, and their captivating passionate eloquence. It is hard thus to set the skillful and tried champions of the law against men unused to this kind of combat, nay, give a man all the legal aid that he can purchase or procure. Still, By this plan, you take him at a cruel, unmanly disadvantage. He has to fight against the law, clogged with the dreadful weight of his presupposed guilt. Thank God that, in England, things are not managed so. However, I am not about to entertain you with ignorant disquisitions about the law. Patel's case may, nevertheless, interest you, for the tale is a very stirring and mysterious one, and you may see how easy a thing it is for a man's life to be talked away in France, if ever he should happen to fall under the suspicion of a crime. The French Act d'accusation begins in the following manner: of all the events which, in these latter times, have afflicted the department of the Aisne, there is none which has caused a more profound and lively sensation than the tragical death of the lady, Félicité Alcárcer, wife of Sebastian Benedict Patel, notary, at Belley. At the end of October, 1838, Madame Patel quitted that town, with her husband, and their servant Louis Rie, in order to pass a few days at Macon. At midnight, the inhabitants of Belley were suddenly awakened by the arrival of Monsieur Patel, by his cries, and by the signs which he exhibited of the most lively agitation. He implored the succors of all the physicians in the town, knocked violently at their doors, rung at the bells of their houses with a sort of frenzy, and announced that his wife, stretched out, and dying, in his carriage, had just been shot, on the Lyons Road, by his domestic, whose life Patel himself had taken. At this recital a number of persons assembled, and what a spectacle was presented to their eyes! A young woman lay at the bottom of a carriage, deprived of life. Her whole body was wet, and seemed as if it had just been plunged into the water. She appeared to be severely wounded in the face, and her garments, which were raised up, in spite of the cold and rainy weather, left the upper part of her knees almost entirely exposed. At the sight of this half-naked and inanimate body, all the spectators were affected. People said that the first duty to pay to a dying woman was, to preserve her from the cold, to cover her. A physician examined the body. He declared that all remedies were useless, that Madame Patel was dead and cold. The entreaties of Patel were redoubled. He demanded fresh succors, and, giving no heed to the fatal assurance which had just been given him, required that all the physicians in the place should be sent for. A scene so strange and so melancholy, the incoherent account given by Patel of the murder of his wife, his extraordinary movements, and the avowal which he continued to make, that he had dispatched the murderer, Rie, with strokes of his hammer, excited the attention of Lieutenant Wolfe, Commandant of Gendarmes. That officer gave orders for the immediate arrest of Patel, but the latter threw himself into the arms of a friend, who interceded for him, and begged the police not immediately to seize upon his person. The corpse of Madame Patel was transported to her apartment. The bleeding body of the domestic was likewise brought from the road, where it lay, and Patel, asked to explain the circumstance, did so. Now, as there is little reason to tell the reader, when an English counsel has to prosecute a prisoner on the part of the Crown for a capital offence, he produces the articles of his accusation in the most moderate terms, and especially warns the jury to give the accused person the benefit of every possible doubt that the evidence may give, or may leave. See how these things are managed in France, and how differently the French counsel for the Crown sets about his work. He first prepares his act of accusation, the opening of which we have just read. It is published 6 days before the trial, so that an unimpassioned, unprejudiced jury has ample time to study it, and to form its opinions accordingly, and to go into court with a happy, just prepossession against the prisoner. Read the first part of the Patel Act of Accusation. It is as turgid and declamatory as a bad romance, and as inflated as a newspaper document, by an unlimited penny a liner. The department of the Aisne is in a dreadful state of excitement. The inhabitants of Bely come trooping from their beds, and what a sight do they behold! A young woman at the bottom of a carriage, tout ruisselant, just out of a river, her garments, in spite of the cold and rain, raised, so as to leave the upper part of her knees entirely exposed, at which all the beholders were affected, and cried, that the first duty was to cover her from the cold. This settles the case at once. The first duty of a man is to cover the legs of the sufferer, the second to call for help. The eloquent substitute du procureur du roi has prejudged the case, in the course of a few sentences. He is putting his readers, among whom his future jury is to be found, into a proper state of mind. He works on them with pathetic description, just as a romance writer would. The rain pours in torrents. It is a dreary evening in November. The young creature's situation is neatly described. The distrust which entered into the breast of the keen old officer of gendarmes strongly painted. The suspicions which might, or might not, have been entertained by the inhabitants, eloquently argued. How did the advocate know that the people had such? Did all the bystanders say aloud, "I suspect that this is a case of murder by Monsieur Patel, and that his story about the domestic is all deception," or did they go off to the mayor, and register their suspicion? Or was the advocate there to hear them? Not he, but he paints you the whole scene, as though it had existed, and gives full accounts of suspicions, as if they had been facts, positive, patent, staring, that everybody could see and swear to. Having thus primed his audience, and prepared them for the testimony of the accused party, now says he, with a fine show of justice, "Let us hear Monsieur Patel," and that worthy's narrative is given as follows. He said that he had left Macon on the 31st of October, at 11 o'clock in the morning, in order to return to Bely, with his wife and servant. The latter drove, or led, an open car. He himself was driving his wife in a four-wheeled carriage, drawn by one horse. They reached Bourg at 5 o'clock in the evening, left it at 7, to sleep at Pont d'Aisne, where they did not arrive before midnight. During the journey, Patel thought he remarked that Rie had slackened his horse's pace. When they alighted at the inn, Patel bade him deposit in his chamber 7,500 francs, which he carried with him, but the domestic refused to do so, saying that the inn gates were secure, and there was no danger. Patel was, therefore, obliged to carry his money upstairs himself. The next day, The 1st of November, they set out on their journey again. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Louis did not come, according to custom, to take his master's orders. They arrived at 10 about 3, stopped there a couple of hours to dine, and it was 8 o'clock when they reached the Bourg of Rosselin, where they waited half an hour to bait the horses. As they left Rosselin, the weather became bad, and the rain began to fall. Paytel told his domestic to get a covering for the articles in the open chariot, but Rie refused to do so, adding, in an ironical tone, that the weather was fine. For some days past, Paytel had remarked that his servant was gloomy, and scarcely spoke at all. After they had gone about 500 paces beyond the bridge of Andert, that crosses the river Furens, and ascended to the least steep part of the hill of Dod, Paytel cried out to his servant, who was seated in the car, to come down from it, and finish the ascent on foot. At this moment a violent wind was blowing from the south, and the rain was falling heavily. Paytel was seated back in the right corner of the carriage, and his wife, who was close to him, was asleep, with her head on his left shoulder. All of a sudden he heard the report of a firearm. He had seen the light of it at some paces distance, and Madame Paytel cried out, "My poor husband, take your pistols." The horse was frightened, and began to trot. Paytel immediately drew the pistol, and fired, from the interior of the carriage, upon an individual whom he saw running by the side of the road. Not knowing, as yet, that his wife had been hit, he jumped out on one side of the carriage, while Madame Paytel descended from the other, and he fired a second pistol at his domestic, Louis Rie, whom he had just recognized. Redoubling his pace, he came up with Rie, and struck him, from behind, a blow with the hammer. Rie turned at this, and raised up his arm to strike his master with the pistol which he had just discharged at him, but Paytel, more quick than he, gave the domestic a blow with the hammer, which felled him to the ground. He fell his face forwards, and then Paytel, bestriding the body, dispatched him, although the brigand asked for mercy. He now began to think of his wife and ran back, calling out her name repeatedly, and seeking for her, in vain, on both sides of the road. Arrived at the bridge of Andert, he recognized his wife, stretched in a field, covered with water, which bordered the Furens. This horrible discovery had so much the more astonished him, because he had no idea, until now, that his wife had been wounded. He endeavored to draw her from the water, and it was only after considerable exertions that he was enabled to do so, and to place her, with her face towards the ground, on the side of the road. Supposing that, here, she would be sheltered from any farther danger, and believing, as yet, that she was only wounded, he determined to ask for help at a lone house, situated on the road towards Rosselin, and at this instant he perceived, without at all being able to explain how, that his horse had followed him back to the spot, having turned back of its own accord, from the road to Belly. The house at which he knocked was inhabited by two men, of the name of Thanet, father and son, who opened the door to him, and whom he entreated to come to his aid, saying that his wife had just been assassinated by his servant. The elder Thanit approached to, and examined the body, and told Patel that it was quite dead. He and his son took up the corpse, and placed it in the bottom of the carriage, which they all mounted themselves, and pursued their route to Belly. In order to do so, they had to pass by Ree's body, on the road, which Patel wished to crush under the wheels of his carriage. It was to rob him of 7,500 francs, said Patel, that the attack had been made. Our friend, the procureur's substitute, has dropped, here, the eloquent and pathetic style altogether, and only gives the unlucky prisoner's narrative in the baldest and most unimaginative style. How is a jury to listen to such a fellow? They ought to condemn him, if but for making such an uninteresting statement. Why not have helped poor Patel with some of those rhetorical graces which have been so plentifully bestowed in the opening part of the act of accusation? He might have said, Monsieur Patel is an eminent notary at Belly. He is a man distinguished for his literary and scientific acquirements. He has lived long in the best society of the capital. He had been but a few months married to that young and unfortunate lady, whose loss has plunged her bereaved husband into despair, almost into madness. Some early differences had marked, it is true, the commencement of their union, but these, which, as can be proved by evidence, were almost all the unhappy lady's fault, had happily ceased, to give place to sentiments far more delightful and tender. Gentlemen, Madame Patel bore in her bosom a sweet pledge of future concord between herself and her husband. In 3 brief months she was to become a mother. In the exercise of his honorable profession, in which, to succeed, a man must not only have high talents, but undoubted probity, and, gentlemen, Monsieur Patel did succeed, did inspire respect and confidence, as you, his neighbors, well know, in the exercise, I say, of his high calling. Monsieur Patel, towards the end of October last, had occasion to make a journey in the neighborhood, and visit some of his many clients. He traveled in his own carriage, his young wife beside him. Does this look like want of affection, gentlemen? Or is it not a mark of love and paternal care on his part towards the being with whom his lot in life was linked, the mother of his coming child, the young girl, who had everything to gain from the union with a man of his attainments of intellect, his kind temper, his great experience, and his high position? In this manner they traveled, side by side, lovingly together. Monsieur Patel was not a lawyer merely, but a man of letters and varied learning. Of the noble and sublime science of geology he was, especially, an ardent devotee. Suppose, here, a short panegyric upon geology. Allude to the creation of this mighty world, and then, naturally, to the Creator. Fancy the conversations which Patel, a religious man, might have with his young wife upon the subject. He always went to Mass, it is in the evidence. Monsieur Patel had lately taken into his service a man named Louis Ree. Ree was a foundling, and had passed many years in a regiment, a school, gentlemen, where much besides bravery, alas, is taught, nay, where the spirit which familiarizes one with notions of battle and death, I fear, may familiarize one with ideas, too, of murder. Rie, a dashing reckless fellow, from the army, had lately entered Patel's service, was treated by him with the most singular kindness, accompanied him, having charge of another vehicle, upon the journey before alluded to, and knew that his master carried with him a considerable sum of money, for a man like Rie an enormous sum, 7,500 francs. At midnight on the 1st of November, as Madame Patel and her husband were returning home, an attack was made upon their carriage. Remember, gentlemen, the hour at which the attack was made, remember the sum of money that was in the carriage, and remember that the Savoy frontier is within a league of the spot where the desperate deed was done. Now, my dear Briefless, ought not Monsieur Procureur, in common justice to Patel, after he had so eloquently proclaimed, not the facts, but the suspicions, which weighed against that worthy, to have given a similar florid account of the prisoner's case? Instead of this, you will remark, that it is the advocate's endeavor to make Patel's statements as uninteresting in style as possible, and then he demolishes them in the following way. Scarcely was Patel's statement known, when the common sense of the public rose against it. Patel had commenced his story upon the bridge of Andet, over the cold body of his wife. On the 2nd of November he had developed it in detail, in the presence of the physicians, in the presence of the assembled neighbors, of the persons who, on the day previous only, were his friends. Finally, he had completed it in his interrogatories, his conversations, his writings, and letters to the magistrates, and everywhere these words, repeated so often, were only received with a painful incredulity. The fact was that, besides the singular character which Patel's appearance, attitude, and talk had worn ever since the event, there was in his narrative an inexplicable enigma. Its contradictions and impossibilities were such, that calm persons were revolted at it, and that even friendship itself refused to believe it. Thus Mr. Attorney speaks, not for himself alone, but for the whole French public, whose opinions, of course, he knows. Patel's statement is discredited everywhere, the statement which he had made over the cold body of his wife, the monster. It is not enough simply to prove that the man committed the murder, but to make the jury violently angry against him, and cause them to shudder in the jury box, as he exposes the horrid details of the crime. Justice goes on Mr. Substitute, who answers for the feelings of everybody, disturbed by the preoccupations of public opinion, commenced, without delay, the most active researches. The bodies of the victims were submitted to the investigations of men of art, the wounds and projectiles were examined, the place where the event took place explored with care. The morality of the author of this frightful scene became the object of rigorous examination, the exigencies of the prisoner, the forms affected by him, his calculating silence, and his answers, coldly insulting, were feeble obstacles, and justice at length arrived, by its prudence, and by the discoveries it made, to the most cruel point of certainty. You see that a man's demeanor is here made a crime against him, and that Mr. Substitute wishes to consider him guilty, because he has actually the audacity to hold his tongue. Now follows a touching description of the domestic, Louis Rie. Louis Rie, a child of the hospital at Lyons, was confided, at a very early age, to some honest country people, with whom he stayed until he entered the army. At their house, and during this long period of time, his conduct, his intelligence, and the sweetness of his manners were such, that the family of his guardians became to him as an adopted family, and his departure caused them the most sincere affliction. When Louis quitted the army, he returned to his benefactors, and was received as a son. They found him just as they had ever known him. I acknowledge that this pathos beats my humble defense of Paytel entirely, except that he had learned to read and write, and the certificates of his commanders proved him to be a good and gallant soldier. The necessity of creating some resources for himself obliged him to quit his friends, and to enter the service of Monsieur de Montrecard, a lieutenant of gendarmerie, from whom he received fresh testimonials of regard. Louis, it is true, might have a fondness for wine and a passion for women, but he had been a soldier, and these faults were, according to the witnesses, amply compensated for by his activity, his intelligence, and the agreeable manner in which he performed his service. In the month of July, 1839, Rie quitted, voluntarily, the service of M. de Montrecard, and Paytel, about this period, meeting him at Lyons, did not hesitate to attach him to his service. Whatever may be the prisoner's present language, it is certain that up to the day of Louis's death, he served Paytel with diligence and fidelity. More than once his master and mistress spoke well of him. Everybody who has worked, or been at the house of Madame Paytel, has spoken in praise of his character, and, indeed, it may be said, that these testimonials were general. On the very night of the 1st of November, and immediately after the catastrophe, we remark how Paytel begins to make insinuations against his servant, and how artfully, in order to render them more sure, he disseminates them through the different parts of his narrative. But, in the course of the proceeding, these charges have met with a most complete denial. Thus we find the disobedient servant who, at Pont-d'Ain, refused to carry the money chest to his master's room, under the pretext that the gates of the inn were closed securely, occupied with tending the horses after their long journey. Meanwhile Paytel was standing by, and neither master nor servant exchanged a word, and the witnesses who beheld them both have borne testimony to the zeal and care of the domestic. In like manner, we find that the servant, who was so remiss in the morning as to neglect to go to his master for orders, was ready for departure before 7 o'clock, and had eagerly informed himself whether Monsieur and Madame Paytel were awake, learning from the maid of the inn, that they had ordered nothing for their breakfast. This man, who refused to carry with him a covering for the car, was, on the contrary, ready to take off his own cloak, and with its shelter articles of small value. This man, who had been for many days so silent and gloomy, gave, on the contrary, many proofs of his gaiety, almost of his indiscretion, speaking, at all the inns, in terms of praise of his master and mistress. The waiter at the inn at Dauphin says he was a tall young fellow, mild and good-natured. We talked for some time about horses, and such things. He seemed to be perfectly natural, and not preoccupied at all. At Pont d'Ain, he talked of his being a foundling, of the place where he had been brought up, and where he had served, and finally, at Rosslyn, an hour before his death, he conversed familiarly with the master of the port, and spoke on indifferent subjects. All Patel's insinuations against his servant had no other end than to show, in every point of Ree's conduct, the behavior of a man who was premeditating attack. Of what, in fact, does he accuse him? Of wishing to rob him of 7,500 francs, and of having had recourse to assassination, in order to effect the robbery. But, for a premeditated crime, consider what singular improvidence the person showed who had determined on committing it, what folly and what weakness there is in the execution of it. How many insurmountable obstacles are there in the way of committing and profiting by crime? On leaving Bely, Louis Rey, according to Patel's statement, knowing that his master would return with money, provided himself with a holster pistol, which Madame Patel had once before perceived among his effects. In Patel's cabinet there were some balls. 4 of these were found in Rey's trunk, on the 6th of November. And, in order to commit the crime, this domestic had brought away with him a pistol, and no ammunition, for Patel has informed us that Rey, an hour before his departure from Macon, purchased 6 balls at a gunsmith's. To gain his point, the assassin must immolate his victims. For this, he has only one pistol, knowing, perfectly well, that Patel, in all his travels, had 2 on his person, knowing that, at a late hour of the night, his shot might fail of effect, and that, in this case, he would be left to the mercy of his opponent. The execution of the crime is, according to Patel's account, still more singular. Louis does not get off the carriage, until Patel tells him to descend. He does not think of taking his master's life until he is sure that the latter has his eyes open. It is dark, and the pair are covered in one cloak, and Rey only fires at them at 6 paces distance. He fires at hazard, without disquieting himself as to the choice of his victim, and the soldier, who was bold enough to undertake this double murder, has not force nor courage to consummate it. He flies, carrying in his hand a useless whip, with a heavy mantle on his shoulders, in spite of the detonation of 2 pistols at his ears, and the rapid steps of an angry master in pursuit, which ought to have set him upon some better means of escape. And we find this man, full of youth and vigor, lying with his face to the ground, in the midst of a public road, falling without a struggle, or resistance, under the blows of a hammer. And suppose the murderer had succeeded in his criminal projects, what fruit could he have drawn from them, leaving, on the road, the 2 bleeding bodies, obliged to lead 2 carriages at a time, for fear of discovery, not able to return himself, after all the pains he had taken to speak, at every place at which they had stopped, of the money which his master was carrying with him, too prudent to appear alone at Bely, arrested at the frontier, by the excise officers, who would present an impassable barrier to him till morning, what could he do, or hope to do? The examination of the car has shown that Rie, at the moment of the crime, had neither linen, nor clothes, nor effects of any kind. There was found in his pockets, when the body was examined, no passport, nor certificate. One of his pockets contained a ball, of large caliber, which he had shown, in play, to a girl, at the inn at Macon, a little horn-handled knife, a snuff-box, a little packet of gunpowder, and a purse, containing only a halfpenny and some string. Here is all the baggage, with which, after the execution of his homicidal plan, Louis Rie intended to take refuge in a foreign country. Beside these absurd contradictions, there is another remarkable fact, which must not be passed over. It is this: the pistol found by Rie is of antique form, and the original owner of it has been found. He is a curiosity merchant at Lyons, and, though he cannot affirm that Patel was the person who bought this pistol of him, he perfectly recognizes Patel as having been a frequent customer at his shop. This sentence is taken from another part of the Acte d'accusation. No, we may fearlessly affirm that Louis Rie was not guilty of the crime which Patel lays to his charge. If, to those who knew him, his mild and open disposition, his military career, modest and without a stain, the touching regrets of his employers, are sufficient proofs of his innocence, the calm and candid observer, who considers how the crime was conceived, was executed, and what consequences would have resulted from it, will likewise acquit him, and free him of the odious imputation which Patel endeavors to cast upon his memory. But justice has removed the veil, with which an impious hand endeavored to cover itself. Already, on the night of the 1st of November, suspicion was awakened by the extraordinary agitation of Patel, by those excessive attentions towards his wife, which came so late, by that excessive and noisy grief, and by those calculated bursts of sorrow, which are such as nature does not exhibit. The criminal, whom the public conscience had fixed upon, the man whose frightful combinations have been laid bare, and whose falsehoods, step by step, have been exposed, during the proceedings previous to the trial, the murderer, at whose hands a heart-stricken family, and society at large, demands an account of the blood of a wife, that murderer is Patel. When, my dear Briefless, you are a judge, as I make no doubt you will be, when you have left off the club all night, cigar smoking of mornings, and reading novels in bed, will you ever find it in your heart to order a fellow sinner's head off upon such evidence as this? Because a romantic substitute du procureur de roi chooses to compose and recite a little drama, and draw tears from juries, let us hope that severe adamantine judges are not to be melted by such trumpery. One wants but the description of the characters to render the piece complete, as thus: personages, costumes. Sébastien Patel Mueria habiliment complète de notaire perfide, figure pale, barbe noire, cheveux noirs. Louis Rie soldat retire, bon, costume ordinaire, il portait sur brave, franc, jovial ses épaules uncouverture de aimant la vin, les cheveux. Femme, la guillette, ses mates surtout, vrij Francis, enfin Wolf Lieutenant de Gendarmerie. Felicite d'Alcarthar famit victime de Patel. Médecins, villageries, fils d'auberge, garçons d'écurie, ainsi la scène se passe sur le pont d'Andet, intermacanit belli. Il est minuit. La pluie tombe, les tonnerres grondent. Le ciel est couvert de nuages, it sillonne d'éclairs. All these personages are brought into play in the procureur's drama. The villagers come in with their chorus, the old lieutenant of gendarmes with his suspicions, Rie's frankness and gaiety, the romantic circumstances of his birth, his gallantry and fidelity, are all introduced, in order to form a contrast with Patel, and to call down the jury's indignation against the latter. But are these proofs? Or anything like proofs? And the suspicions, that are to serve instead of proofs, what are they? My servant, Louis Rie, was very sombre and reserved, says Patel. He refused to call me in the morning, to carry my money chest to my room, to cover the open car when it rained. The prosecutor disproves this by stating that Rie talked with the inmates and servants, asked if his master was up, and stood in the inn-yard, grooming the horses, with his master by his side, neither speaking to the other. Might he not have talked to the maids, and yet been sombre when speaking to his master? Might he not have neglected to call his master, and yet have asked whether he was awake? Might he not have said that the inn gates were safe, out of hearing of the ostler witness? Mr. Substitute's answers to Patel's statements are no answer at all. Every word Patel said might be true, and yet Louis Rie might not have committed the murder, or every word might have been false, and yet Louis Rie might have committed the murder. Then says Mr. Substitute, how many obstacles are there to the commission of the crime? And these are, 1. Rie provided himself with one holster pistol, to kill 2 people, knowing well that one of them had always a brace of pistols about him. 2. He does not think of firing until his master's eyes are open, fires at 6 paces, not caring at whom he fires, and then runs away. 3. He could not have intended to kill his master, because he had no passport in his pocket, and no clothes, and because he must have been detained at the frontier until morning, and because he would have had to drive 2 carriages, in order to avoid suspicion. 4. And, a most singular circumstance, the very pistol which was found by his side had been bought at the shop of a man at Lyons, who perfectly recognized Patel as one of his customers, though he could not say he had sold that particular weapon to Patel. Does it follow, from this, that Louis Rie is not the murderer, much more, that Patel is? Look at argument number 1. Rie had no need to kill 2 people, he wanted the money, and not the blood. Suppose he had killed Patel, would he not have mastered Madame Patel easily, a weak woman, in an excessively delicate situation, incapable of much energy, at the best of times? 2. He does not fire till he knows his master's eyes are open. Why, on a stormy night, does a man driving a carriage go to sleep? Was Rie to wait until his master snored? He fires at 6 paces, not caring whom he hits, and might not this happen too? The night is not so dark but that he can see his master, in his usual place, driving. He fires and hits, whom? Madame Patel, who had left her place, and was wrapped up with Patel in his cloak. She screams out, "Husband, take your pistols." Ree knows that his master has a brace, thinks that he has hit the wrong person, and, as Patel fires on him, runs away. Patel follows, hammer in hand. As he comes up with the fugitive, he deals him a blow on the back of the head, and Ree falls, his face to the ground. Is there anything unnatural in this story, anything so monstrously unnatural, that it might not be true? 3. These objections are absurd. Why need a man have change of linen? If he had taken none for the journey, why should he want any for the escape? Why need he drive 2 carriages? He might have driven both into the river, and Mrs. Patel in one. Why is he to go to the douane, and thrust himself into the very jaws of danger? Are there not 1,000 ways for a man to pass a frontier? Do smugglers, when they have to pass from one country to another, choose exactly those spots where a police is placed? And, finally, the gunsmith of Lyons, who knows Patel quite well, cannot say that he sold the pistol to him, that is, he did not sell the pistol to him, for you have only one man's word, in this case, Patel's, to the contrary, and the testimony, as far as it goes, is in his favor. I say, my lord, and gentlemen of the jury, that these objections of my learned friend, who is engaged for the crown, are absurd, frivolous, monstrous, that to suspect away the life of a man upon such suppositions as these, is wicked, illegal, and inhuman, and, what is more, that Louis Ree, if he wanted to commit the crime, if he wanted to possess himself of a large sum of money, chose the best time and spot for so doing, and, no doubt, would have succeeded, if fate had not, in a wonderful manner, caused Madame Patel to take her husband's place, and receive the ball intended for him in her own head. But whether these suspicions are absurd or not, hit or miss, it is the advocate's duty, as it appears, to urge them. He wants to make as unfavorable an impression as possible with regard to Patel's character. He, therefore, must, for contrast's sake, give all sorts of praise to his victim, and awaken every sympathy in the poor fellow's favor. Having done this, as far as lies in his power, having exaggerated every circumstance that can be unfavorable to Patel, and given his own tale in the baldest manner possible, having declared that Patel is the murderer of his wife and servant, the Crown now proceeds to back this assertion, by showing what interested motives he had, and by relating, after its own fashion, the circumstances of his marriage. They may be told briefly here. Patel was of a good family, of Macon, and entitled, at his mother's death, to a considerable property. He had been educated as a notary, and had lately purchased a business, in that line, in Belly, for which he had paid a large sum of money, part of the sum, 15,000 francs, for which he had given bills, was still due. Near Belly, Patel first met Félicité Alcarthar, who was residing with her brother-in-law, Monsieur de Montrecard, and, knowing that the young lady's fortune was considerable, he made an offer of marriage to the brother-in-law, who thought the match advantageous, and communicated on the subject with Félicité's mother, Madame Alcarthar, at Paris. After a time Patel went to Paris, to press his suit, and was accepted. There seems to have been no affectation of love on his side, and some little repugnance on the part of the lady, who yielded, however, to the wishes of her parents, and was married. The parties began to quarrel on the very day of the marriage, and continued their disputes almost to the close of the unhappy connection. Félicité was half-blind, passionate, sarcastic, clumsy in her person and manners, and ill-educated. Patel, a man of considerable intellect and pretensions, who had lived for some time at Paris, where he had mingled with good literary society. The lady was, in fact, as disagreeable a person as could well be, and the evidence describes some scenes which took place between her and her husband, showing how deeply she must have mortified and enraged him. A charge very clearly made out against Patel is that of dishonesty. He procured from the notary of whom he bought his place an acquittance in full, whereas there were 15,000 francs owing, as we have seen. He also, in the contract of marriage, which was to have resembled, in all respects, that between Monsieur Bressis and another Demoiselle Alcarthar, caused an alteration to be made in his favor, which gave him command over his wife's funded property, without furnishing the guarantees by which the other son-in-law was bound. And, almost immediately after his marriage, Patel sold out of the funds a sum of 50,000 francs, that belonged to his wife, and used it for his own purposes. About 2 months after his marriage, Patel pressed his wife to make her will. He had made his, he said, leaving everything to her in case